G'day everybody and welcome back for some more Stationeers on Vulcan. And I am now to begin the proper thing, which is making the water for the pools. Because I've got all my industrial base down, I think. Like, looking at power, good. Looking at my resources through here, we're pretty good. I know that one of these doors is shut, which is not ideal, it's the silicon. But I think with me making the water system today, hopefully the centrifuges and drills should catch up. They were shut down for a fairly long time, so I think I got behind there, and that's why I haven't really accumulated as much as I need. On the plus side, 78 stacks of iron, which means if I need to do some trading for some extra stuff, I suppose I could. So, yeah. My thoughts of what to do with the water are still forming, but I think I've got an okay idea. Was the silicon silo turned off? I didn't think it was. I'll have to go check again. And see. Walk over this way. So, in my oxygen system, I've got the overflow going to here, where I've also got a fuel. So I've already got a system set up where pretty solid supply of oxygen. And a very solid supply of volatiles, and they're both matched in temperature. So my thinking was I would branch these two into another mixer, and that mixer is what's going to supply fuel to, well, supply the mix for my water system. For my H2 combustor. And then hopefully put that into tanks and figure out how to cool it after that. So I want to make lots and lots of steam first, and then I'll figure out the cooling of the steam, part of which will be pushing that heat into this tank so that it gets extra hot, so that I get even more power generation from my Stirling engines, which still do alright, like 700 watts towards the end of the night for the fourth in the row. I'm happy. I think that feels like the best plan. I'm just trying to decide where to actually lay this out, because I don't really want to put it over there. And I kind of want to move this oxygen line at some point, because it looks ridiculous. So, yeah. Thanks, Kendra, for the Prime sub. When I wasn't even online. Thanks, Extrash. Thank you for 4 months. And thank you, Ebolaware, for the Prime sub as well. An impending cooling stream eventually. Yeah, but cooling here is not as difficult, so I'm sure I can manage the cooling eventually. And thanks, Rob. Anybody? Thank you for 25 months. Thank you. So, I think what I might do is go get some more frames, and I'll build my water stuff in here behind this thing. Because this is all a bit of a mess because of what I did to try and cool down the furnace. I should probably evacuate that furnace again. That's probably a thing I should do at some point. It doesn't seem to be that big a deal. Like, the furnace was still hot, doing all the things I needed to do. But I probably should do that at some point. Alright. Part of me really wants to tidy up around here, but part of me just wants to build the new thing. Let's just build the new thing. This is meant to be the staff-only area of the resort, so I don't think it needs to be perfect. Just build a new base next door. Yes. Finally able to make live. Can't believe it's been over 2 years. Yeah, it's crazy how long some of you guys have been subbed for. Nuts. Steel frames. Have I got some on the wall? No. I thought I had... Oh, maybe I did use them all up, actually. I thought I had some. Yeah, well, print those off, and I'm gonna need a bunch of pipe. Where did I throw my backpack? Where is my jetpack? I took it off to take a thumbnail, but I didn't think I'd saved after that. Uh-oh. Thanks, Dragadar. Thank you for the tier 2 for 37 months. Thank you very much. Uh-oh. Is that it? Yes. Oh, there we go. I got 20 frames on me. Chuck that in there. Yeah, that'll do. That should be enough frames to work with for now. Let's go out and set something up and get a bit of a feel for where everything should fit. So, just thinking about... Oh wait, I needed to check one thing while I was here. Just thinking about where I had... Like what sort of equipment I need for this. I need to have the H2 combustor. I need to have a gas mixer. No, the thing's definitely on. H2 combustor. I need to have maybe a fuel tank. Although maybe inline tanks will be enough, and I'll just have a script turning it off when it reaches a certain pressure.
Hunger caution.
And... What else do I actually need for this thing? I'm genuinely struggling to think. I'll put this on, actually. I'm probably going to end up with some resources this time. Diggy diggy dig. Level this out. I kind of want to leave this area here for further expansions to this if I need it. Oh! Speaking of this... So... Someone suggested something that may well have been said to me before, but it finally at least registered for me this time. About the way I use transformers. And about that potentially contributing to some issues I have around power production. Which is that it's possible that when you set a transformer to use 5 kilowatts, it uses that no matter how many devices are connected on the far side of it. And so I possibly cost myself an awful lot of power production because I always just jam it straight up to the max. So yeah. Yeah, the H2 combustor is oxygen and volatiles. I suspect, saying this out loud, Shadow Drake's now going to be interested in testing this to see whether it is in fact true. If they haven't already. I haven't tested it, Shadow Drake, but the person who mentioned it in a YouTube comment said they had, and it came out that way for them. Their thought on it was that the transformers don't act as a pass-through, instead they act as a consumer, then provider. And if that's the case, then it gives you an incentive to make sure your transformers are always set to the correct levels. Not to just give enough room that you don't burn your cable. And it would then also potentially explain why I always seem to need huge amounts of power producers. Because I'm using such a ridiculous amount of power all the time. No, Salmon God, this is not the new terrain. The new terrain is not out yet. Though, something interesting I noticed over on the Stationeers Discord, in the beta changelog, fixed rover wheels not animating correctly on other clients. They're serious about bringing the rovers back, I guess. So maybe they have gone ahead with the whole deep mined ores are set to specific areas, or can be. Because I think for them to be useful, deep mined ores need to be location specific to some extent. Because otherwise you're not really going to transit around just to mine the same stuff in different spots. But yeah, I found that quite interesting. Actually, you know what? I don't think I will build out the back side here. I think I'm going to build up on this slope a bit with this stuff, but I'm going to fall in a hole. What I'm going to do is build it up a level higher and put some stairs in. Just so I keep going with my mixed split level designs around here. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Thanks, Celsius. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, I think the cleanest solution to encouraging players to move around and have separate bases for different tasks is just make deep miners have higher yields in specific areas. So you have your silicon area, your gold area, your silver area, your whatever else. Although maybe iron, copper, and silicon should be available everywhere, but gets higher yields some places. But some of the specific stuff like cobalt could only be in some areas. I think that would be... That to me feels like the cleanest, simplest solution that fits in with what people kind of expect of survival games. Though, hopefully, that's the thing that happens with the whole Unity being jerks nonsense. Let me rephrase that, Unity being Unity. I'm gonna do something weird. I'm gonna put the stairs in the middle. Because why not?
Hydration critical.
What pipes are singing? The pipes that are singing are these ones right here. Because they got pollutant in them. They sit at around 5.7 MPa. Which is pretty close to exploding, but they haven't exploded yet. Oh, Unity's just threatening to pull Rocketworks' license for infractions that another company did. That they only presumably picked up on because of data scraping that's sketchy as anything. As far as we can tell. Oh, Dean posted on Reddit and on the Stationeers Discord about it. Do I think Kabak will join after the map update? Yes. Yes, I do. He's already said he's on board with it. So yes. Yes, Kabak and I will play this together after the update, which means my day for Stationeers will move. And we'll probably play it on Mondays together. The plan at the moment is just Kabak and I. Back to the old duo. And see how we go from there. So that'll be after the map update. That's the plan. All right. Need a set of stairs, and I need more frames. And I think with the stairs kind of half in this row and half in the other bit, then I can put my catwalks around here. I was deliberately leaving this bit free with the idea that I'd leave a corridor and maybe put walls to extend out this as a floor later if I need that extra space. But I thought, I'm starting to get into that whole perfectly flat sprawl around here. Let's try and do things differently. I'm gonna need a lot more pipe too. Which means I need silicon. I wonder if I can... There are traders that sell ores, right? I think there are. See ya. If I get an alloy trader first, make some cash, then I can try and get one of those ore traders and buy some silicon. It's probably not a bad idea. Building, starlight suppers. No. Wish we could get a more detailed timescale on when the update is coming rather than soon. Well, I mean, given the way rocket works work on Stationeers, I don't think they can give us a more specific thing. What is frosty barrels? I'm guessing liquids. Oh, almost there. Oh, come on. Oh, I can. Never mind. No, I'm not getting distracted by expanding the dish. No, I'm making water. I'm just doing this because this will facilitate me making water because I need more silicon to make more pipes and I'm going to need those pipes, so that's why I'm... This is as distracted as I'm getting because it's actually part of it. Can you fill the big dish with water? I suspect not. I strongly suspect not. I'm pretty sure most of the blocks don't have those sorts of detailed collisions for the liquids. Alright, let's go out. Just make sure it is a liquids trader, which means I can't do anything with it. Because I still haven't grown any fancy foods or anything like that. Yeah, liquids trader. See ya. So I'll keep an eye on that from time to time and see if I manage to get myself an alloys trader so I can make some cash. Because I need that first. And then we can look around for one of the other ones. Back to gadgets, building, cool. More steel frames that should have been printing off while I was doing that. Oops. Thanks, Iron Saddles. Thank you for the Prime sub. Well, Shadow Drake, the reason I don't think liquids can fill up a dish is that I don't think the game can calculate the atmosphere that way. Otherwise, we would have angled blocks for that are airtight. Oh, you can sell alloys to building, can I? Okay. Yeah, because I can make alloys as long as it's not a silicon requiring one. Yeah, alright. What about... I don't think I'm going to get to that one in time, but we'll see. I am going for a swimming pool, but I need to start making my own water first. Yeah, that's definitely the wrong way. How am I exploding today? Well, probably... If something's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong during this bit because I'm dealing with very hot steam that I'm trying to put into other places to get them hot as well. Gas for less. What do they buy? There's no way I'm getting that building in time. I'll leave this printing off these guys because I'm going to need a fair few of those, and I'll need to make some stairs as well. But yeah, my thinking of why none of this stuff would work is that nothing in the game is set up for liquids to be held inside a thing. Yeah, Daz, I always thought that would be a simple solution. I don't know whether it'd be a good solution for the whole angled airtight thing. Making it so that just the full square sides are airtight and then the player and objects collide with the angled piece, but the volume still remains a full cube. So that they don't need to deal with the world space having half cubes and full cubes. So you don't want anything from me that I know. Bye. I'm gonna sous vide myself today? Maybe. Maybe. Galactic Gearworks, Galactic Gadgets. Have some of these sound new. I don't remember Galactic Gearworks. Oh, speaking of playing this with Capac after the mapping update, I really hope that it doesn't take them long to make the new positional audio mod updated to it. Because that might be a fun way to play with Capac, where we actually have to communicate in-game properly. Just like I did in the SE Scrapyard series, there is now a mod to do that in Stationeers. I have not been remembering what values this is saying, so I've just been kind of moving randomly, which is not helpful. Aren't voxels airtight? Yes, they are, but in the world space, the big cubes, as in the size of the base cubes, yeah, why can't they just use the same system the voxels use? Oh, I've completely boned getting this galactic gadgets. I was not really paying attention. I was just thinking about stuff. Yeah. Let's just abandon this for the moment. I've probably gotten enough steel frames to make some stuff. Didn't add any new names in your mod, Shadow Drake. Yeah. Yeah. No more calling for help when passed out. Oh, that is a thing, Zoran. Yeah, the calling for help while passed out's kind of fun. I didn't think about that. I don't really want to lose that. Well, I think maybe the radio still works when you passed out. I don't know. Has anyone tried the mod yet? Alright, that's going to be enough frames for now. Okay, we'll leave that. How much silicon is in there? I've actually got quite a lot of silicon. I will leave that running for a bit. I'm going to need a lot of pipe. Oh, nuts. I didn't bring a stair. I need to make a stair. Always confused when traders in-game have only buy and sell. A trader is buy purchasing from player, or player is purchasing from trader. Same for sell. Well, it's kind of like the... Does this button turn my stabilizer off, or is this indicating my stabilizer is off, and when I click it, it will turn on? Stationeers is, a little obtuse on that front. I get what you're saying with the traders, but there is kind of a convention in most games where it is what you are doing is what the label on the tab says. Just gonna keep checking this. Interstellar ingots, there we go. That's what I need. 40 seconds. 58. $70. I made it worse. Well, that's missed. Yeah, I wonder if you can use the radio broadcast when you're unconscious. Because if you can, I honestly think that's kind of good. I think blanking you out as soon as you get unconscious is hilarious a couple of times, but is mostly frustrating. Should definitely move this active vent. Actually, I think it's hilarious in a larger group, but in just a pair of people, it's probably more frustrating than fun. To just lose your communications when you go unconscious. Because the panicked voice of someone who's unconscious, hoping to communicate quickly with someone who is struggling to understand where they're at, I think is great fun. It's like, no, go over here. No, there. What are you doing? Why are you picking that up? Sort of stuff. We do have a tracker to find each other, but it doesn't always mean that when someone's panicking trying to help while someone else is panicking trying not to die, that these things don't get forgotten, missed, or somehow confused in one way or another. Or the person's just not carrying their tracker chip. But yes, the Stationeers does provide you some options, because I imagine there's a way in the IC-10 side of things to put it in an advanced suit and have the suit then broadcast if the character inside is unconscious. There's probably a way to do that, right? Have a little emergency broadcast when it detects that you're unconscious. Thanks to Fraggle. Waiting for the Prime sub. I think it would be fun if the unconscious time was much longer and more forgiving. Yeah, yeah. Just needs enough time for the true panic to be there. And I don't think there's quite enough time. But I don't even know if the mod cares whether you're conscious or not. I think it just cares about whether you're in normal voice range or whether you're using radio. Alright. So I'm thinking that I probably don't need to have much storage, but I need to have pumps that pull the steam out, and then I need to filter that steam. Oh no, I need it to be down near that, didn't I? That's the annoying thing about what I've just done. I'm now gonna have to pipe for my heat exchange to go back to that tank. I have to pipe all the way down to there. That's annoying. I mean, it's not as horrible as it could be because all of this is just one network, so I can just pipe from here down to the end and do the heat exchange along in behind that other heat exchanger. But it's still not ideal. Yeah, let's do this. Place these ones down because these are orange anyway. Alright. Then I need to bring out my pink, red, and white. I'm gonna need a liquid, big liquid tank. Now, can someone remind me? The stuff that came out of the combustor when I was using it on Venus, it was some volatile, some pollutant, and some steam. Was there anything else? Because I don't need to save volatiles here, so I can run a volatiles-rich mix into the mixer. Because I can get volatiles so easily, I don't need to worry about them. I'm just trying to think about The pollutant should be easy to get rid of as well. It's just about heat exchanging. Now I'm going to have to actually properly understand how the heat exchange works, I think. So we need insulated liquid tanks. So I need 5 of those, which means I need more steel. Let's just have a quick check of the traders while that's printing. Galactic Gearworks, Stellar Snacks, Void Ventures. Wait a second. Beer Seeker. What mod have I messed with that's done this? Something's messed with my traders. How did you fall end up one of my traders? How did this happen? How did this happen? I don't know. Has something gone weird? Wait. Chipsticks. I think I might have signed up to Chipsticks' mod, and that might be why this is that way. And I haven't disabled it. Oh, I think I just went the wrong way. Yeah, totally just went the wrong way. Hey, Carmock. Hello, everyone. Nope. I think I'm gonna miss it. Oh, no, 28 might work. Nope. Down. Let's see. Let's see. I think I maybe have some mods active that I didn't realize I did. Yep, this is Chip's mod. So Chipsticks has made a mod that adds a bunch of different plants to the game. Red ferns, some pine trees, some summer flower seeds, and some anemones. Now, I mentioned to Chipsticks the idea I had for a future setup in Stationeers where I was wanting to grow plants and name them after you guys and put them in individual rooms and stuff like that. Which wasn't for this particular save, but that's where... And so he sent me this mod that he'd been working on. So I can grow more decorative plants now. I unfortunately can't afford any of this. But I could sell him some planters and make some money. Only wants one. Nah, no point. But yes, some of you might recall me mentioning that about naming plants after people in chat and the like, because it's a bit of fun. Oh, storm. Great. Let's make some steel. Do. Ow. Oh, hey, we got some silicon. How much we got? 2. Yeah, it's still something. Steel. And 1, 2, 3. Stationeers with terraforming might enable my tree killing skills. No, it's the opposite with terraforming. I'm growing the trees. I'm definitely not killing them. Probably. Oh man, it's so nice being able to make steel and other things this quickly. No, Diablo, I am not planning on introducing furnace gas into my power generation. I am going to do the water heat from the H2O combustor, but not from the furnace gas. I just don't use that much furnace gas for it to be worth it. Providing fodder for future generations of tree killers. It's a dark way of looking at it, but you might not be wrong. Gotta make sure Toby's got something to do. Alright, let's ditch this gas. The other thing is, the furnace gas is often getting ejected at a temperature that's actually cooler than the gas that's in my power generation system. So that's because of those sorts of things. I'm just like, it's honestly just not enough heat to be worth trying to save. There we go. That's plenty of steel for a bit. You wish weather had more impact on your base, like freezing air vents, clogging them with sand, or melting exposed structures. Diminishing performance of equipment over time. Oh. I really struggle to support any concepts. Did I put that in the wrong machine? I just put that in the wrong machine. I really struggle to support concepts that mean you have maintenance tasks. Deteriorating machines that are deteriorating because of something you have no control over and no way of avoiding isn't the most interesting sort of gameplay to me. In fact, it's just frustrating. It's the sort of thing that gives you grinding tasks. Yeah, if you're just forced to always maintain stuff, it's not okay. But if it's pushing you from one setup to a different, like you start out with equipment that breaks down, but you can eventually set that equipment up in such a way that it doesn't. So, okay. Say, for example, you have a furnace that takes in your fuel mix. If that fuel mix burns rich, maybe it's a bit corrosive. If it burns clean, it's not. So that's an incentive to set up a proper fuel mix. And have the fuel mix set up perfectly so that you don't burn rich and end up corrosive. If, however, no matter how I use that furnace, it deteriorates, and I'm always just having to replace it or repair it, that becomes a really hollow task to do. There's nothing I can do to fix it other than just replace it. And I struggle to get behind that sort of gameplay on the face of it. I'm sure there are some games that do it in a way that it's you can still have some fun, but it may be other aspects of those games that are supporting that element more than it is that element being actually fun in and of itself. So yeah, I'm not big on stuff deteriorating as a general concept. I'm gonna need a gas tank as well because I need a tank for the steam. I don't think there'll be much stress on my cooling system from this because I'm going to build an independent one. But also cooling on Vulcan is not that hard because the nights are relatively cool. So what I'm imagining will go on with this hot water is the hot water is going to try and put as much heat into my power generation system as I can. So I can heat that up as much as possible. That'll bring the water down to, I'm not sure how low. I don't know how best to set up a heat exchange with that to make it do what I need it to do. And then the next stage will be cooling it down to night temps, which brings it down to 126 degrees Celsius. And then from there, I can use active cooling to bring it down to safe human temperatures of about, 25 degrees. And I'm out of silicon. Oh yeah, those card things, Danny. Yeah. I always forget to fix those up after I do a sponsored stream. So, I think a loft has been there for a few months now. Alright, we'll just take this 100 silicon. Oh, there's 150. Good. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do the heat exchange optimally. So I'm interested to experiment and see how much I can push out. Because I kind of almost want to actively push the heat across. Like, even using power to do so. Hence active. I'm not sure if that's doable. I just need the one more. Danny, it's only specific sponsored streams where I have to do the cards. Most of them don't require it. Some do, some don't, but most of them don't. So I just do it when it's part of the setup requirements. Need more potato. You build a room around Stirling engines and open the door at night to circulate air and store cold air, then close the door and release the store cold air when the temperature rises during the day. It should extend the time they can generate electricity. Probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah, Johnny, the counterflow heat exchanger is the bit that I do know how to do. The bit that I'm not sure is how to get further than that. And I imagine I probably can't, to some extent. Or can I get this building? 61. Doubtful. Very doubtful. That's quicker. But not... No, it's not. Oh, my sound's stopped. And it's gone. Yeah, the hangar idea is appealing. I just don't... I've got it set up now, and I want to move on to other projects with this. Meteor Mechanics, Orbit, or Oasis? I think... Oh, it's a 5x5. Never mind. Meteor Mechanics. What does Interstellar Inhalants want to buy? I'll bring them down. Well, let's go start placing some things. Yeah. I didn't actually call the thing down, did I? Whoops. Whatever. Okie dokie. Oh, yeah, I can do this. So I need a big liquid water tank. Actually, no, I will put it at the top. I was going to put it down the bottom though, because I thought it might look interesting, but I think it's nice to have these elevated. Now, what I can't recall, something I'm a little uncertain about, is whether I'm going to need to have multiple H2 like the hydrogen combustors, or whether I'm going to get away with having just the one. I'm guessing I'm going to need multiple. Yeah, the cooling system's going to be annoying, because I'm going to need to, as you say, batch cool it like I did, or have flow rates low enough that it gets cool by the end anyway. Combust. Nope. What is the kit called? This was the issue I had last time. Oh, it's from the ammo kit. Okay. Do I have one of those lying around? Feels like the sort of kit I would have lying around. I don't know that I will be particularly... I mean, yeah, the plants are probably where the bottleneck will eventually be, but the idea would be to make them so that it's not. And then, because I've got such easy access to CO2, that I can keep smashing in more and more plants to get more and more oxygen. And maybe at that point is when I go and try and get the better trader platforms so that I can get the fancy ferns and double my output with the same number of plants. Or rockets. Either or. Both could work. Nebula nuggets. Astro Ether's got to be gas. They do like their alliterative names for these. How hard is it for me to upgrade the dish? It's a little bit annoying. It will take a bit of time. That's why I'm hesitant to put any effort into it. Okay, that's getting fast enough that I can see what the value is at. 49. Also, there's not much value in getting the upgraded dish if I don't also upgrade my landing platform. Because I can get most of these 3x3s. Like, yeah, sure, I might be able to get them all without, some of them without even moving the dish at all, but it's still not going to be particularly tidy. Okay. Nebula nuggets. Be interested. I can't remember what they want it by. I need a fuel mix. And then some pumps. Just use regular pumps. I think they should be adequate. Yeah, when the annoyance of the current setup is greater than the annoyance of upgrading, it will then change. But also, when I'm not... Something I've been trying very hard, because you guys give me so much grief when I don't do this, is trying to stick to task. I'm trying my best to stick to a specific task and just do it. And get it finished. And that's why this base has progressed as quickly as it has. Like, I'd argue this base is not far from where the Venus base was in half the time. Well, that's not useful. All right. So I was thinking I'd put the mixer down here on the wall, maybe, and store stuff. Oh, other way. In inline tanks. I saw a bit of fuel mix in inline tanks. Checking. Yeah, I can do it that way. I can do a pair of inline tanks going up and down. And then that goes into my combustor. Wait, which side has the keys on it? Oh, no, oh, poo. Okay, that's a bit annoying. Maybe I'll do this. Place them that way? No. I think the pipes are just going to have to go past and then come back. This machine works right to left if you want to be able to see what's going on with it. I've set this up to go from left to right. Why? Why does Stationeers have so many machines that work from right to left? Ugh! For English speakers, that's so very confusing. Or English readers? You know what I mean. I reckon they did that on purpose. Tincho, I drive on the correct side, not on the right side. Oh, this is neat enough. I think that works. So what I was going to do was quickly grab one of those, slap down that, pop that back in. Now I've got some white pipe. Then I'm going to quickly grab one of these, chuck that on. Now I've got some red pipe. Grab one of those, chuck that on, and I've got some pink pipe. Now I have colors. Frankly, sure, Megan. Pretty sure my way is the more fun way to say in English. Given I get to use two synonyms to say the same thing. To say different things. I mean... And because it's more fun, it must be correct. Yeah, two cinnamons. Cinnamon. Okay. If I branch these from here... I'm gonna have to go... They are gonna have to cross over that, because that's gonna come... Oh man, these are gonna be overlapping like nobody's business. Oh boy. Hey, Duality. Erg. So, input 1. Oxygens. So I'll bring this back along and then figure out what I'm going to do. Oh no. No. Done that wrong. Input 2 will be oxygen, otherwise these two are going to have to cross over. So let's not do that. And that's the oxygen one. Do you hear rain? No. You hear the sounds of pipes creaking in the background. The liquid pipes saying, "Why have you put so much pollutant inside? This is too much pollutant. We are not happy." There has been heavy rain where I live, but there's none right now. Some birds tweeting though, because the sun's finally up. I mean, the cloud-occluded sun. Alright, then do the same with these guys. And that's my 2 input lines. Now we get the crackling of the day beginning on Vulcan, where things just sound like the atmosphere is slightly exploding. Okay. So these two should be balanced because they're coming from the... Yeah. Balanced enough. 78 to 80.
Hydration critical.
So that gets those into there. I need my inline tanks to give this some decent volume so that I can have the fuel mixer running a bit more. I need some basic pipes to put this together. And then we can hook this up into here. Alright. Progress is being made. I need blue. Well, maybe I should leave this bit orange. Yeah, fair point, Johnny. 600 plus degree change in a matter of minutes, or if you assume that the 20 minutes that we have per day is an actual 24 hours, it's just compressed for game time. It'd still be over the course of a couple of hours. That much a degree change, you would probably hear a lot of rock creaking and cracking as those temperature shifts occur. So insulated inline tanks. Grab the rest of these pipes. Gonna need some of those pipes in a bit, but we'll deal with that when I get to it. And a couple of regular pipes, thank you. Should also probably make a transformer. Although it should be able to run... Oh no, I'll make an independent line. Makes it easy to switch things off. Oh yeah, I'm a bit low on cables, aren't I? Should make some heavy cable because I don't have any. Alright, going well. Let's have a look and see if we've gotten any more silicon through. Seems like I might be okay. I have. I'm back up to 150. Cool. So this is what I thought. I had a feeling that if my centrifuges were all running, I would actually be accumulating all resources. It was just a matter of them playing catch up after my power outages. Would any gauges be helpful? Yes. Yes. At least one gauge would be helpful. Is this a modded save? Yes, but I'm not actually making use of any of the mods except for the trader mod. That allows me to have more than one trader. So I don't have to deal with the RNG of traders to the same extent. Gauge. What's the gauge under? No, what's it called? Meter. Pipe meter. This will be useful for my manual tests of the setup because I can put this onto my fuel mix line to see how much pressure I've built up in there before I turn on the H2 combustor to then get my outputs and start setting up for my outputs. Yes, it's not intentionally modded save other than certain things, yes. Alright. So, to do this, what I want to do is pull that off. Put that in there. That can go on there. Yeah. So that's now a decent volume of gas that can go in there. Now, where's the nearest mains line? It's going to be that. And I forgot to pick up the cables. I'm going to have to go back inside to get them. So I was thinking I'd put the transformer over here. And then... those in there. And that's ready to go once I plug it in. Diablo, do you mean why not use this line from the furnace? The reason for that is this line, I kind of want it reserved just for the furnace. Because this fuel mixer gets turned on and off. If I burn through all that fuel and I need some resources to make something, I have to wait till it reaccumulates after turning this off. Whereas if this is running independently, I've got that safety net. Yep, I am desensitizing myself to creepy pipe noises. It's not a good thing. Let's go get those heavy cables. Didn't I call down the trader? Did I not press the call down? Button? I thought I did. My trader's broken. I hope not. Oh, did I send it back up already? Okay, good. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. I've already forgotten what I came inside for. That's annoying. The cable. There we go. That should be enough for me to get things sort of started, I think. Alright. I will be right back. I'm just going to take a quick bio break. Yeah. I'll be right back. Alrighty. And now, yeah, a couple of meters on the input lines is probably not a bad idea either. I kind of like that idea. Then I'll see what else I need. I don't know what else I need. But I'm going to eat and drink properly before I leave. Because if I've got enough, I'm going to be out there for a little bit. Oh, wait, no. Check the traders. Not that I need them, because I got enough silicon anyway. And nothing there that I want. So I really should just be looking for an alloy trader to sell off some of my ores to. Void vein vendors, no. Void vending. Void vending? Are they going to buy some of my alloys? Guess I can see. Tilt downwards. So, alright, Manu, one of the things to remember with Stationeers as to why the inline tanks are just as good and often better than the regular tanks is that insulation in Stationeers is perfect. So if insulation is perfect, surface area to volume is irrelevant. Because you've always got perfect insulation. If that makes sense? The other advantage of the inline tanks versus the regular tanks is that inline tanks are a single volume. The whole thing is treated as a singular entity. As soon as you add a regular tank, they become two entities that have to exchange gases and heat with one another. So it slows the processing down. So it's it has disadvantages as well. So yeah, that's my reasoning. I tend to only use them when I need a really big volume of something. And I shouldn't need to have a really big volume of fuel mix. In fact, it's probably ideal not to have a really big volume of fuel mix sitting around as a waiting bomb. So yeah. That's my thinking. No, I forgot to bring the paint. Something I'm frequently guilty of. Yeah, a waiting bomb in a permadeath save. Yeah. Not ideal. And yes, this is permadeath. If I die, and it's not a game bug, that's it. It's all over. On the plus side, I do have a plan for what will happen if I do die. So at least I'm not going to be sitting there going, well, what do I do now? But I do know what I'm going to do. So that's something at least, I suppose. Yep, death or the terrain update. That's how this series will end. Death or update. Sounds like a really bad protest chant. I don't think I'm going to play Europa, no. I don't find Europa particularly challenging. Heat is a lot harder to deal with than cold. Especially when you've got perfect insulation. If we didn't have perfect insulation, then yeah, cold would be similarly challenging, but because we do, it just really isn't. And so many things in the game generate heat. All right. Man. Really don't need to be desensitized to this. So, input 1. That should be fine. There we go. Nice little readouts on both of those. Yep, Emery, we've already talked about that issue, the Unity issues earlier during the stream. It's something I spoke about in previous streams as well. Yeah, if the lawyers don't figure out what's going on and fix it, I don't think we're going to see any more Stationeers if the Unity license got pulled. I don't think the Unity license was ever really going to get pulled. My guess on this was that Dean saw this as a really good opportunity to highlight just how bad Unity is and took it. And I don't begrudge him that one bit. I think fair enough, because they're joked. I don't know how many watts this pulls in. Let's turn on the gas mix. That's probably enough for now. And I need to hook this up to the tank. So I don't want it to overpressure and explode. Thanks, Jacobo Meow. Thank you for 19 months. Need to have like a little list of Dark Tower quotes for whenever anyone reaches 19. Can't just go for the obvious things. Survival machine. I have not heard of that. What is that? It's pretty rare that I don't hear about these things. Mortal engines with zombies. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Chilla, I don't think Stationeers would get made on Brutal. Maybe a game like it in the distant future, but I don't think it would. I hope Dean comes into chat at some random point and says, no, totally consider it. Because that would be delightful. I'd love to be wrong on that front. I would adore it. That'd be amazing. So we've got a little bit of oxygen coming through. Oh, lots of CO2. Forgot about the CO2 side of things. Alright, we'll turn that off. So, what I want to do with this is I want to do the heat exchange first. So let's bring... yeah, I'll bring that pipe over to here and we'll do the heat exchange in the back here. So hopefully a single counterflow heat exchanger should be enough. I think Stationeers has very passionate support amongst the people who work at Rocketworks, not just Dean, but also from... I very much get that impression from interactions I've had with people there, is there's very passionate support behind Stationeers and what it represents. A lot of them have put a little bits of passion for it, and so it's one thing to continue working on it. It's a whole other thing to completely rebuild the game in a new engine when they know that the game doesn't really make money. I do wonder whether they'd consider crowdfunding it. Space Savvy Solutions. Just to see how much support is out there for it. Would it be more efficient to filter out the pollutants first? No, I need to do the heat exchange first. That's the first step. Counterflow heat exchanger. That's the first thing that needs to be done. Once that's done, then I need to put that in a different tank. No, I should just be able to transfer the heat straight. Poop. Probably do want to counterflow it. Oh, let's see how quickly this heat exchanges. Space Savvy Solutions, another nickname for Floorage. Could be. Bullslayer, there is a, I reckon, less than 0.5% chance Stationeers would ever be considered for Unreal. Based on comments I've read from Dean about his opinions on Unreal and their licensing. Unreal are not kind with their licensing either. Their licensing is expensive. What alternative is there? Rocketworks have an in-house engine that they've been developing for a while. That would be their alternative. Telling us that Unreal are dirtbags? Well, they're a gigantic company. I will say though, really impressed by what the out of ore devs have managed to achieve with Unreal. I had no idea that that was even possible. Because all the stuff I'd seen with Unreal and voxels had been disappointing, to say the least. Or very limited in scope. Like, the stuff you can do in Icarus with voxels is quite limited in scope. The scope of stuff in Out of Ore is crazy. I'm really surprised they managed to do it. I need more pipes and I forgot to bring them. Need a pressure differential for the counterflow to work. Oh, right, yeah, pumps. That's why I have pumps. I should be able to create the flow with the pump in without too much trouble. Could potentially also use a one-way valve. Yeah, worth trying at least. Do I have any pipe valves? Just while that's making pipes. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, one-way valve. Pink spray paint. I don't know where I left it. No. Oops. Alright, so that's a bit more pipe. I mean, I'm sure I left the pink on the floor somewhere, I just don't know where. So I definitely didn't use it all up. And even if I did, I still would have had the empty can. Spray cans are not considered tools. It's an annoying thing about them. They really should be. I've seen people requesting it as a feature and suggestion numerous times, and I think it'd be a great idea, because then you can have a spray can tool belt. Which would be ever so useful. Imagine, like, have a spray can tool belt with all the different colors and a spray gun. Like, how easy would that make painting? That explains the tool belt of every kind of spray paint loaded into their own spray gun. Yep. Don't remember how expensive spray guns are. I guess at a certain point, like Invar, at a certain point, the materials are immaterial, and you don't really have to worry, but I think for me at the moment, it's enough of a distraction that I don't really want to deal with it. Is the paint mixer still a thing? Was it not deprecated? Huh. I haven't used the paint mixer in so long, I completely forgot it existed. I think they intentionally moved away from the more because correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I thought back at the start they did the Minecraft style of thing with painting where you mixed flower colors and different components to try and produce each color. Or maybe they were just thinking of doing that, and that's why the paint mixer existed. And they decided to move away from it for reasons I don't know. Hey, Tex. Okay. I did not make the valves. Dang it! Also, I don't know if it's officially deprecated, I just always thought it was. Nope, that's not the letters I was meaning to type. It requires items I don't think can be acquired in game, so that might be what you're thinking. Yeah. Coleman, Reggie knows plenty of greetings. That bit at least works. The very simple logic that Reggie uses, much easier to be abused. Okay. So I think I've done this wrong. I think what I want is to have this come out from there, not go to that tank, but come out from there, go into this heat exchanger, come out of the heat exchanger, be slowed down, or somehow slow it down so that it goes through the heat exchanger and all the heat gets exchanged, and then go into this tank. So to do that, I'm going to need to change things up a bit. I'm probably going to need some inline tanks. Yeah, that goes in there. Of course Reggie knows the universal greeting. You just got to make sure you spell the universal greeting correctly. As per one of the Transformers comic books, I think it was written in. More pipe utility kits. Whee! Hey! I have one silicon in the thing. Not for long though. Need a counter for blame catback. Yeah, perhaps. Then I have to figure out how to do counters. Oh. Yeah, Grunt Blender. I have been watching a little bit of the beta builds channel on the Stationeers Discord because it's had some interesting information in it recently. Like the fact that it seems like rovers are coming back. How many we got? 7, 8. I'll do. Yeah, fix for wheel animation, exactly. In multiplayer, no less. Fixed incorrect animation call for rover wheel on local host. Just came in today, this morning. Yeah, Squid. A Stationeers server doesn't work at the scale of the Conan servers. But I have thought about, like, whether for some special streams, it might be something we could do as a, like, everyone jumps in for a challenge to see how far we can get as a group on Vulcan or something like that. need a pump. That shouldn't overpressure that segment. Thanks, Shaggy. Thank you for 28 months. Uh, the reason I don't think Stationeers would work in the community server persistent world sort of setup is just how easy it is to die when you're not online is a big part of it, but also a performance side of things. Playing it for some fun, just as like one-off streams sort of things, I can see that being more likely to work, but just on its own, I don't think it would. I don't think this pump is going to work very efficiently. Or there's a lot more in this than I gave it credit for, and this might actually overpressure. The reason for this pump is temporary. It's so that I can dismantle this connection to this tank without exploding my base. Because I want to empty this tank. Because I've done this wrong and I want to do it differently. What I want to do is have the output from the H2 combustor going into this heat exchanger, then the output from the heat exchanger going into that tank. But I want to make sure that it happens slowly enough that most of the heat gets exchanged. And so what my plan to deal with that was to potentially have like tanks, one-way valve, tanks, one-way valve into the heat exchanger, out of the heat exchanger, and into the tank. So that the output from the H2 combustors is slowed down, so the heat exchanger gets a bit more time. I don't think a temporary small tank's the fix here. I think a turbo pump would be the fix. Because it's just real slow. It's not going to overpressure. The pollutant will liquefy and the pipe will burst from liquid. Can you even get liquid pollutant at 2,448 degrees Celsius? I don't think you can. (2,000 degrees Celsius. It's always gas. So that's why I wasn't worried. But yes, more pumps would probably be a smart way to go for here. Just for the moment. I do have other pumps on me, so I can just speed up the process. Do. Since technically all these pumps are temporary. We're going to need more power. be like that. Nope, need more power still. Hey, Urban Hangman. How's it going? Welcome, Raiders. Is it 200? No. Oh. More power. There we go. Now they're happy. That's going up much faster. That's good. Run cables through the pumps. If you saw another streamer doing it, they may have the Creative Freedom mod active that allows you to put a lot of things through a lot of other things. Basically leaves it to the player to decide what restrictions they should use. See, there is no way to go through these pumps. So if you saw that, my guess is they're using that mod. Which is what I've been tempted to use in the past, but then I was like, it feels like it just breaks too much of the... It changes the vanilla behavior more than I would like. And thus feels like not the way I should go with things. I do worry these are going to overpressure. Because we're up to 6 megapascals, and this is only down 100 kilopascals. Or maybe 200 from where it started. So maybe, yeah, I'll get up to like 18, 20 kilopascals, megapascals in the inline tanks. Maybe. There is a part of me that just wants to whack a pipe cowl on this and just exhaust it into the atmosphere and save myself the time and effort. But I didn't want to do that with superheated gases initially. It seemed like a mistake. I can at least leave this running for a little bit. While I go and see if I can get myself a trader to make some money so that if I need some trading stuff in the future, I can actually buy it. Oh yeah, Shadow Drake, I could have looked at the big tank, seen how many moles there were, and just do a rough guesstimate based on moles and a linear conversion in my head. But yes, I can also make some more inline tanks and some more pipe valves. Void vapors, asteroid assays, planetary pebbles. Building, 79 degrees, 3 minutes. Nope, that's the wrong way. No explosions yet, Zerial, but I am playing with very hot gas, so, you know, time will tell. $66. $63, keep going. We getting there? It's still going down each tick. I think we're reaching the limit. Oh, no, still not. Okay, tilt upwards. Nope. Hooray! Alrighty, trader. I'm loving that with the suit thing in my airlock, and the number of times I go in and outside and I actually remember to take the suit off. I haven't had to empty my waste tank manually since I had it, I don't think. I think one time I did do it, but I didn't actually have to do it. So, yeah. That part's working out well. I do wonder just how much that's gonna how well that'll play out when I'm playing multiplayer with someone who is more liable to forget these things. Okay, what can I sell? I can sell steel, solder, constantan, electrum, and invar. Huh. That does pay more, doesn't it? No, it's about the same. Converting it into steel, so coal. Oh no, coal was like $1.20, wasn't it, per unit? So it is slightly more for the steel. Okay, cool. That's good to remember when I can actually produce those basic alloys. You know, it's funny to call for a trader when another player is working on gas pipes that have high pressure in it. It's a bit evil. I like it. 12 megapascals and down to 274 kilopascals. Well, I think we'll be okay. We're at what? 450, 580-ish moles. It's about the same. It's less than the same again number of moles, so we'll probably end up maybe 20 to 22 megapascals if I wait out this whole process. Which I might do. Let's go make some money. So I think it should be relatively easy to do. I can definitely do the steel super quick. So steel only wants 300. I won't do electrum, because that one I'm a bit low on the parts for. Constantan though. Copper and nickel. Yeah, I can do constantan. So 300 constantan, 300 steel. I think that'll do. That's gonna get me, yeah, a few $100. Few hundred. See you, Danny. Yeah, Invar. What did Invar need? Iron and nickel. Ah, I could do Invar as well. What? Did this trader want Invar? I can't remember. I wasn't paying attention. Yes, okay. Alrighty. So let's do the steel. So 300 steel would be 1, 2, 3. That's 200. So then I'd have 100 left. I may as well just make excess. Do I need to give them the exact amount? Or can they split off a stack of what I've got as a stack in my hand? Excellent. If they can split it off from the stack, then I'll just do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, Perfect. It's much easier than me trying to figure out how to make nearly 300 steel. Because I still don't have a trading vending machine. So Invar's 18 to 20. Constantan is 20 to 100. So I probably want to go the Constantan first, then the Invar. Yeah. Thanks, Jilla. Thank you for the prime sub. Alright. Ignite. And we have our steel. Now, Constantan is equal copper to nickel, so that's an easy one to get my 300. It's just that. I don't think I do have a stacking machine set up to split anymore. Maybe I do. I don't remember. I can set one up if the trader doesn't, but everyone's suggesting that it does, so I'm not too worried. And then it was Invar, which is iron and nickel. Good to get rid of some of this nickel. So I always have so much more of it than I can use. Alright, so now we need to get this to the correct pressure for Constantan, which is 20. So let's put some fuel mix in. And we're getting up there. There we go. Pop it out. Chuck these in, and then we'll drop the pressure down, and I'll have some Invar as well. Arguably, I should probably make some extra of this. Let's go. 4. Thanks, Tryson. I quite like the inventory system I have too. It suits me well. It works the way that I like to work. And it's efficient enough that it produces the stuff that I need it to do. Now, how hot does this need to be? Only above... Well, okay, 1200, so we should be alright. This has got plenty of heat to lose. Just gotta wait for that to process. Should have done more of the Constantan while I was at it, but we're here now, so this is what we're doing. Still probably could just add a little bit more fuel back in, but I'm not really hurting for any resources, so it's not that big a deal. Okay. Just needs to drop below 20. Waiting for that button to turn green, and it hasn't. Why? Iron and nickel equal parts. Oh, it's too hot. Oh, there we go. Alright, cool. Sean, I'm gonna make that Constantan. Why not? I'm sure I need it somewhere. So Devoke, the button going green means that it's going to output an alloy, or an ingot, I should say. It's going to output an ingot, a correct ingot. If it's not green, it doesn't output it. What the button does is ignite what's inside. It doesn't eject it. The lever ejects it. Which is a confusing way of doing things. I don't want to make and sell the Electrum, no, because I don't have a huge supply of gold. So when I actually need it, I want to keep it for my uses. I've only got 2 extras in the silo, so because of how much gold I got, I don't want to do that. Okay, put in a little bit of... Whoops, wrong one. Put in a little bit more. That should take us up above 20, and there we go. Got some Constantan to use. And I've run out of inventory space. Inventory full. Now, which machine's likely to use... I do have a splitter. Let's just do this then. 100, yeah. Chuck one in each. So I don't remember where they're used. And I can leave one up on the shelf. Then go back and grab that other bit. I do have the Space Engineers inventory full on a soundboard. The soundboard requires me to be in TeamSpeak to use it. Because it's a TeamSpeak plugin. Alright. Sell. Constantan, 300. Sell. And Invar. Look at that money. That's pretty good. Yeah, not too shabby. 2 grand. Cool. See ya. I have been in TeamSpeak just to use it. Yes, I have done that before. It is a thing I have done. So I have access to things like this.
I'm a very organized person.
See? Do I have more stuff on the ground? I'll pick up this stuff. And put it over there as well. Try and keep the already smelted stuff together when I oversmelt. Oh, I used the wrong one. I should have used this.
He has programmed me with all kinds of responses.
That was the right one to use. Okay, I didn't have any more lying on the ground. I thought I did. Maybe it's rolled away somewhere. Okay, cool. Outside, I was waiting for the tank to empty, and that should be done now. Or at least close. Close enough that I might be able to just, you know, use a drill and disassemble it. And not die. Yeah, for my 100-day challenge in Stationeers, I'm doing pretty well at day 183. Yes, Daz. I was talking about silicon earlier, and yes, I did forget about the silicon that I'd popped out of the tool printer months ago and was sitting on the floor. Yes, this is correct. Didn't even make a swimming pool in 100 days. Shaking your head. Oh, 20 megapascals, and we've got 83 kPa left in here. Oh, man. At this rate, I should just make another big tank. Right? Okay, I will be right back. Let's take another bio break. Just a minute. I think I'm safe to stand outside. Let's do it. Wow. Come back to chat saying, basically, I don't think you're going to get enough water. And you guys might be right. It may end up being that I will go and get rockets to go and collect tons and tons of water ice from space and make it that way, rather than producing it this way. But I'm kind of interested to see how I can go about scaling this style of production up. Because I think it's possible. But I just genuinely don't know how quickly I produce water when I'm not also using that water for plants. Alright. Let's get this to the point where I can... Oh, wait, I don't want to... I need to do... If I'm going to make this vent, I need a one-way valve. The thing is, am I now at such a low pressure that it's not going to make much of a difference? I kind of am. We're now down at the level where it's only going to be like 13 kPa that I save. So there's no point. Nuki World, very much manufacturing water. Yes. Not me somehow producing water in my body via some form of internal biological combustion. Brain was not making words then. Call me Ishmael. Urinating does not produce water. There are some biological processes that technically produce H2O from other things, but producing a net positive of water does not happen. Now I'm thinking about the Krebs cycle, and I really don't want to think about the Krebs cycle again. No, thank you. $45. All right. You know what? That is low enough pressure. I'm taking a chance. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Deconstruct. Okay. Much better. Now we remove these. Well, actually, now I just remove these bits. That bit can stay. There probably is a mod that makes plants transpire water back into the atmosphere, yes. That is probably a thing. Okay, so that's empty. These pumps can all be removed because that's empty too. Good, good, good. Okay. Sounds like medical teaching with me. Devoke. I would have to have done this stuff more recently to feel confident on it. It's been a long time. Many, 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 many moons. Oh, go. Oh, get out of my way. Alright. Where are we at? We are at 22.3 megapascals. I was pretty close. I said between 20 and 22. Slightly outside that range, but not by much. Okay, so let's try this. I'm gonna put one valve in one-way valve here. So that's going to slow transfer from that to that. And then I need to bring this pipe all the way around to the end of that. So much pipe. With the pipe groaning is not really that desirable. It's starting to get at me. Now, I'm not sure how this works. What's going to happen if I do this? Nothing. Why is the heat exchanger not working? So the lack of pressure differential, so I need to use a pump here instead. Nuts. Alright. We'll just use pumps. With pumps I can control everything. What am I exchanging the heat with? I'm exchanging it with my gases that go into my Stirling engines. What was I coming in for? Did I even need to come inside? Or did I have all the bits I needed? Don't know. I've got pumps. I got 4 of them. I don't know that I needed to actually come inside. I'm gonna make one of these guys. Just because I'm messing around with volumes and stuff. I should have made one of these before and used it for fixing stuff. Pump. Yeah. I don't think I needed to come inside. Okay. Back out I go. Once I get some food and water anyway. I don't know if I want more counterflows. I don't know how much one of them is going to do. This is all very experimental for me. Because the only place that I've ever played with counterflows before was in my phase change cooling loops. I've never used them elsewhere. So this is all new, different stuff that I'm trying to get a sense of how much each of these things can actually do. So, let's start with getting all this stuff back in here. It shouldn't take nearly as long as before because it's a much smaller volume. Brr. I love that it changes the pitch of the pump as you make it go faster. Alright, we'll just leave that there in case I screw things up again. So... how do I want to do this? Let's have a think. That's input, that's output, that's output, that's input. Okay. So the pump should be running right to left. Which means I probably want to put it here. Nope. That doesn't work. I probably want to put it here, because that works. Yeah, we'll just go over the top. I'm sure I can do some things to make this system tidier once I understand exactly what I'm doing with it. This is very much let's set it up, hopefully with enough space that when I figure it out, I can make it tidy at that point. Okay, so we've got a pump that can work, and we'll increase the volume up to 10 liters. Pump that can work in that direction, so let's turn that on and see what happens with these pressures before I'm doing anything. So that's dropped down way down, and yeah, so there's a big pressure differential across this, which will probably only start flowing once the other gases are flowing through. So let's see what happens if I just connect this up without doing anything else, just the flow that goes from there to here with just the pressure differential. So we got some heat exchange going on, 120 kilojoules. And now there's none. So how cool did this get? Barely at all. Okay, so I'm going to need probably a lot more heat exchangers. Or more pumps. Why is this pump not managing to get some of this out? It was working well before, why is it not now? No, I did have a flow on the other one for a bit there, Shadow Drake. I absolutely did. I had high pressure and no pressure. So it was flowing through. Which I knew was going to arrest itself eventually, but why is this not emptying? That's a tiny volume pipe. It should have emptied no time. Oh, you reckon it's just cycling through the machine? Yeah, actually it could be because I've got the pipes connected this time, yeah. So if I break this pipe connection, it'll stop. Okay. So... if I turn this on, what happens? I run out of power. $480 kilojoules of heat exchange is happening, gradually decreasing. And this is dropping. And it should be able to drop it down to, I'm guessing, like 600 degrees Celsius. But then over time, less? Like it won't be able to push it down that low? Now down to 280 and still dropping, obviously because the input temperature is lower. So there's less differential now. And we've made a couple of degrees of increase in temperature in the main tank. Woo! This is not wasted. So now I'm trying to think about how this works. How do I get the flow through here to be fast enough that it actually all just works? And is a counterflow even beneficial here, or would it just be better to direct heat exchange with a whole lot of direct heat exchanges? Because I'm thinking direct heat exchange might actually be better for me here. Because this requires active pumping and creating a flow, whereas direct heat exchanges are just passive and will just equalize, and if I have enough of them, will equalize relatively quickly. And then I just can control the flow so that the equalization happens, getting it down to a low enough temperature. Well, at least we're down to 800 degrees. So my hope of a system like this is to have this running constantly. And the gas coming out of this heat exchange system being as cool as it can be by putting heat into this system, which means probably about 600 degrees Celsius. I doubt it'll get much more than that because the Stirling engines will burn it down to that temperature overnight. Potentially. We'll see. May not. My goal is cooling the water without wasting too much of that energy. So I guess what I probably want is just a passive system that's running slow enough that heat exchange occurs, but not worrying about exactly how much. And then doing my active cooling system up here where I actually need to get it down as low as I can get it. And possibly using like a pressure valve, a pressure regulator, so that we sit a certain amount in the cooling tank before it moves on to the next one where it gets actively cooled. Yeah, I think let's go to directs. This was an interesting experiment, but I think directs are probably the better option here. So let's turn you off because you're just chewing through a whole lot of power. So we need lots of big direct heat exchangers, and I mean lots. And some one-way valves so that I separate the network so that it slows down the transit of the gas a bit and allows more heat exchange to occur. We'll see if that can work better. Time for a business tower of heat exchangers. You can call it the International Heat Exchange, oh dear. Large direct heat exchanger. Invar! Invar! Let's go. Let's make a bunch of those. And we'll run the valves between them, I guess. Will direct heat exchangers be fast enough to overcome the heating from the combustor, as the cooled gas will be in the same network as the hot combustor gas? I don't know. I don't know, Daz. I don't know. Another option is to run the combustor output through a few dedicated Stirlings first to reclaim some power in it that way. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier, whether I would just run it into Stirlings. The trouble is those Stirlings I'd only want them to turn on at night. But it could work. Because that would exchange a lot of heat really quickly at night. Maybe that's the better way of doing it. Have it so that I run exchangers during the day and Stirling engines at night and just flick between the two. So I can get really good cooling. Or just have a big tank so that I can run it all through the day and see how quick a Stirling engine dumps out during the night. Because the Stirling engines do process pretty quickly, but they don't bring down the temperature all that much. Yeah, and I suppose as long as they're getting down, like they could get down to they could do the first bit getting down to like 1200 degrees Celsius. Because the hottest it gets on Vulcan during the day in the hottest time of the year is like just below 1100 degrees Celsius, I think I saw. Or it was just above 1100. But around that sort of mark. So if they can get it down to 1200 degrees Celsius, then that's producing good power, even if it's doing it during the day. So yeah, maybe just running a separate system. Oh yeah, the working gas has to be very low volume. Like, very few moles. I'll probably... it's going to get up to 2000 degrees Celsius. I probably want a substantial amount less than I'm currently working with, maybe like 20 moles, and we see if that's safe. Start with something that little. But I do like this as an option. Because it feels like there's no waste then. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. No. Oh. Don't. And then put them in a room that opens at night. I could potentially chain enough of them together to get it down to night temps that way, or close to, I guess. I think what I'll do, let's start this off a bit more simply. Let's chain together some Stirlings. So the gas from the gas output of the H2 combustor goes into a tank. The H2 combustors get turned off when that tank exceeds a certain pressure, so that we have that bit running safely. And I can just keep producing and we have a big tank, or even a few big tanks. Then I chain Stirling engines from that tank into another tank. But those Stirling engines only turn on at night. And I can build as many series of these as I need to make sure that I've got that flow going at a pace that matches up with those H2 combustors. Therefore, I should end up with power production from getting the water output from 2000 whatever degrees it is down to close to 120.
Hydration critical.
Tie the input and output sides together to turn a Stirling engine into a radiator. Then you can leave the gas in there until it cools down. No, I think chaining them works better for the process I want to try using here, Shadow Drake. Because if I chain enough of them together, the flow is controlled at a rate that then I can see whether, like, how many of these sets I need to match up against one H2 combustor while still achieving the same cooling. Whereas if I do it in a loop, then I'm not getting flow, and I want to try and see if I can do more constant flow with this cooling setup than I did on Venus, where I did that batch setup. If I can work out a constant flow system here that at least does the first bit, then maybe I can also do a constant flow bit that gets the actual water down to temp, or at least gets it down to a level where I can off-gas some other bits. Yeah, Johnny, a single one-way pipeline feels simpler, but is much harder to balance, which is why I avoided it on Venus, because it's much more risky. Because if you mess these flows up and you don't have a system where you've got a definite safety in place, it can go very, very wrong. So I'm going to need some more tanks to do this. I'm just going to print off as many Stirlings as this wants to, because I'm just going to need heaps. Now, Diablo, I'm going to do the Stirling engines just turn on at night. The reason being, then the first Stirling engine is going to produce more power because it's got a bigger temperature differential. Because it'll be interesting to see just how power positive this system is, because I suspect it's going to generate a truckload of power. How many have we got? 2. I need 5. Why worry about using 2 separate gas systems? Because then I've not mixing my water in with more things that I don't want to have in it. This is all about getting the steam cooled down. And using the energy in the other parts to get rid of them as well. But also, in cooling it down, I'll get this to a pressure where I'll then... to a temperature where I can then liquefy pollutant and use that pollutant to cool the system down further. Silicon. Remembering what I was trying to come here for. How much have I got? I've still got a bit. I don't know how much power this is going to generate. I suspect I'm not going to get more than 100 kilowatts, even with my other setup and stacking them together. If I'm wrong, that will be delightfully funny. But I reckon Johnny's right, that it's intentionally not going to produce as much power as you could generate from a fuel generator doing the same thing. But it may actually be able to, because this is Vulcan and we've got big temperature differentials and weird things to play with. Who knows? Devoke, I was using pollutant. So Venus, the pollutant didn't work up at the temperature levels that I was working at. Vulcan lets you get down to good pollutant temperatures passively. Venus doesn't. That's what changed. So I use pollutant now because it works here. It doesn't work so well on Venus because you need water to get it down to temperatures where it works. Cosmic, because I don't think this is going to produce enough power, I don't think having just this as my only source of power is a good idea. So that's why I don't think merging the systems together is a good idea. I've got my power generator, and then I've got my water cooling. I'm just happening to gain some power off the cooling setup, rather than focusing on that as the main way that I'm generating power. But it'll be interesting to see how much I actually produce from this. Because I think, like, with the amount of heat going through, I wouldn't be surprised if I get like 4 kilowatts, maybe even 6 from the first one, but I don't think I'm going to get like crazy amounts. Just something fairly solid. Alright, we got 10 Stirling engines. Let's just stop at 10. That's enough for the moment. And let's go out and start setting this up. Yeah, Stirling engines are supercharged on Vulcan. Solar, not anymore. I am still using solar, but it's not really necessary at this point. I've got this power generation set up going so well that it's not really required. Okay, so given the rearrangement, I can probably remove all of this and just go straight up to a tank here. And then that's going to go via Stirling engines from that tank into another tank. Five. Just go 5 for now. Just. And then that can go into another tank, which I'll put over here for now. Then we'll figure out cooling from there into the water, into the liquid tank. Which may just need, it may need to have a liquid drain actually. Okay, get rid of these. Yeah, the working canisters and all other things are going to impact my power generation. There are a lot of different factors, but my thing I'm most interested in with this is not so much how much power I'm generating, but how quickly and effectively this can cool down this gas. Because if I can cool this gas down quickly, that's going to be awesome. So if I can get through one H2 combustors worth of output each night, like one whole day's worth of that combustor each night, then I think this system is ideal, because then I just need to duplicate it each time I add an extra H2 combustor, and I feel like that works. Feels like a decent balance to me, anyway. Yeah. Almost done. Okay. So, how much do we have left in this? Because I probably just deleted some. I mean, 100... Okay, so I want to turn this back on. Get this hot again. Turn the gas mixer on. Get a bit more pressure differential. Yeah, Shadow Drake, I was almost thinking that these should feed into their own battery bank, and that battery bank is then used for cooling the water down. So it's a self-contained loop, and then I see if I have excess power from that system. Because then I can run air conditioners knowing that it's not going to impact my main base. My main base's power supply is secure and separate. So I think that'd be kind of cool. We should turn that off, because that's... Yeah, turn that off. That's good enough. 1.5 megapascals of 1900 degrees Celsius gases. Then you guys needed... I can't remember what this needs next. I think it's steel. Yeah. Then electronic parts. And I should also probably plug this side into this tank, but I'm not going to do that at first. Oh no, I definitely should, because this could easily output enough gas that it could explode. I'll just use the turbo pump if I have to. Empty this out and recycle it through to add more to the loop. The Stirling engines push through a fair amount of gas from what I see on my thing. No, I'm pretty sure I turned the mixer off. Yeah, it's off. How much do you really want a blammo though, really? Because you know that means if I kill myself, that series over. Do you really want that? I'm not sure that's something people really want. Yes, if the blammo is funny. Oh, of course you think that, TFA. Just survive the explosion. Fair. I just feel like with this, because didn't I nearly annihilate the whole of my Venus base with the first time I was messing around with H2 combustors? I feel like that happened. Alright, need canisters. Which means I also need to dump a whole bunch of stuff out of my inventory. Should I keep those pipes? we go, there's 5 of those. And I need electronic parts. I need 10 of those. No, my first exercise with the water, the H2 combustor did explode a huge part of my base. Because I messed around and didn't understand it. I can't remember what I messed up. Yeah, I destroyed all my printers, yeah. That sounds about right. Do I make a... Yeah, maybe I'll make a battery. Have this on an isolated network. So, battery. What do I need for the big battery? I need some gold. And this is why I didn't sell Electrum. I love seeing those values from my script up on the wall there. It just makes me feel so reassured that things are actually working. I should do that more often. Just those variables that it's nice to know that they're getting updated. Oh wait, was the water explosion, like the H2 combustor explosion, that was the one where I had to cheat in a auto lathe, wasn't it? STS, how's it going? Similarities to Space Engineers in the sense that you're building in a sandbox and everything is happening in world as you're doing it. Differences in that this game is not about building mobile machinery. This is more about systems design and atmospherics, gases. Dealing with lots and lots of complex, fun gases. This might be the only factory game that I've lost hundreds and hundreds of hours to. Oh no, Devoke, I don't mind having things go wrong occasionally. That was a different explosion in my base. That was a different one. That was me overfilling a canister that was filling with CO2. And then it exploded. The water one was me trying to make water and not realizing how the H2 combustor worked and things going blam. Now we got the electronic parts for the large battery. Good call. Yeah, I'm sure someone has the clip somewhere of that line. And my impeccable timing, despite having no ability to time things like that. Oh, I need a drain, a liquid drain. No, not liquid drain. What's the thing I need to... What's the thing I need to take the liquids out of the system? Purge valve? No. Ah, brain. Can't think of what it is. What I'm after here. What I'm after... Yeah, is the condensation valve. Oh, is that under the valve kit? Cool, so I've got some. Cool, cool, cool. That's right. I don't know why I forgot that. That's annoying. Yeah, Condensation valve. I want that just for safety, to get the liquids out in if that ends up being needed. So I've got the battery, I've got the parts for the battery, I've got some heavy cable, I've got some light cable, but not much. Let's grab some more. Let's go out there and see what we can do. Would the packs be worth it? I think if you're just starting out with the game, no. No. Much as I love Stationeers, and much as I want to see Rocketworks supported because they work on this despite it losing money, unless you've played enough of the game that you already love it, the DLCs are not worth it. But once you have played it and you do love it, then yes. Because you're supporting the development of something that you're enjoying at that point. The DLCs are very, quite openly said by Rocketworks to be things that are to support development, not to make money. See, the problem with the Zerillions is they don't work. Maybe at some point they will, but they don't at the moment. So that's the problem with them. The aliens. Yeah, like I fully support, like I play plenty of Rocketworks games, so I do want to support them, but I think even Rocket would be like, yeah, fair. As in the owner of the the company would be like, yeah, that's fair. It's kind of the crossover between the things I'm passionate about supporting and my feelings of I should be responsible with any recommendations I give. Wait, wrong side. Oh, that means I need to move this forward. Hang on, I haven't left myself enough room. Angle grinder. That's probably where I want that. Which I probably didn't need to move that, now that I think about it. Oh, whatever. I've moved it. It's staying here now. I thought I had... I thought I had only one small space back here. And I can't really run the cables around there anyway, so... the light cable from these batteries is going to need to run around down the end here, I think. Okay, so we have those able to put into there. It is currently nighttime, so I should be able to turn all these on and see what happens. So let's see what happens. On, 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 on. No? Oh, all right. They don't have bottles yet. I'm a dum-dum. Whoopsie. 22. Ah, no. That went too high. Turn you off. Okay, there's a problem. 21. That's down to 27 now. Now that's down to 21. Good. $18. $21. $15. $21. Yeah, the later ones can be more filled, but I don't know how much temperature difference I'm actually going to get, so I'm just going to play it safe. Safety over efficiency. And night is about to end, so I'm going to have to test this on the next night. Nuts. Let's do a little quick test while it's still a little bit cool. Producing 1.8 kilowatts. And what's the temperature it's coming out at? Because that's what I really care about. 340 degrees. Sweet, it's getting down to ambient. So it's getting down to ambient at these temperatures. So at 380, it's going to get close to ambient at night. So that's pretty good. And that battery should have gotten some charge, but it didn't because I forgot to turn it on. Hooray! Oops. Oops, oops, oops. Yeah, we'll definitely need the condensation valves, exactly. So let's chuck these in then. We'll get those hooked up, because this is... Oh, wait, no, this is going to have liquid pollutant. I need to get the liquid pollutant off first. Ah, okay. There's some more things to think about. There are more things to think about. Alright. Got to get the liquid pollutant off first. Use it to cool down the stuff, because I should be able to filter it out. Oh, man. Okay. That's tricky. Need to make sure the pressures get high enough that we get the pollutant, but the temperatures are high enough that we don't get water. So what sweet spot do I need between those two? Also, how are my oxygen filters going? 93. Cool. I'll be right back. I need to take a quick bio break. Just a minute. Ahoy! I am back. Apologies about that. Just went in to grab a snack. Alright, so... what do I need to get this wall working? I need more pipe. I'm gonna need... some... IC housing. Because I need to turn the things off periodically. Filter out the pollutant using a proper filter first, then phase change to filter out the water. I'm honestly hoping that I can find a sweet spot where the pollutant's going to come off first. As long as I leave the pressures high, it should. Because if we look at the pollutant curve... man, I wish I could have two of these up at once. I'll just wait for this to be printed, hang on. There should be a point where I can get liquid pollutant off before the water liquefies. So let's have a look. So if we're up at 100 and... so if we're sitting anywhere above 100 degrees Celsius and the... that means the pressure is above 6 megapascals, just for simplicity. And if we have a look at water, 100 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it's gonna give me liquid, isn't it? Yeah, I'm always gonna get some liquid water because the pressure for liquid water is even lower. So if water condenses first, I can take the water out. So I can actually filter out the water first. So that's even better. Because then I can just ditch everything else. Alright, compare to. I've literally never used that drop down. Ever. I'm going to use that more. This is actually preferable for me because I get the water out and then I can get the pollutant out after I condense it some more. Yeah. I don't think I have much use for the other things. There's CO2, which, yeah, sure, maybe I'm cooling it down so I could use it to pressurize my base and keep pumping that CO2 back through. But I'm already doing CO2 cooling elsewhere. And the pollutant is literally just going to be used to open loop cool this system down. Yeah, keep it at a temperature and pressure where water condenses out and dump the rest. Yeah, absolutely. Dump the rest / then have the next stage at a temperature and pressure where the pollutant condenses. The excess O2 burns off in the pipe, so it isn't recoverable, as far as I can tell. Shall I try and write a script up quickly? I probably can. If we go edit... no, go... have I saved this? Surely I've saved this. Which one is this one? This is my Sterling Gases script. So we'll write that. Overwrite that. Yes. Yes. Okay. What I want...
Hydration critical.
is I think to yeah, I think I can just try and get my brain to work. Would be nice. I shall leave that working for a little bit longer. What am I doing? All right, so this one should be fairly simple. All I want is the gas sensor. Don't need that. Don't need a pipe sensor. And I just need to... I don't have vents. Don't have these. So I'll put the gas sensor on D0. Got our arches. And the way this is going to work is... Oh, I should have left the external temp. 15. So that bit we need. I'm not worried about pressures. Not worried about any of this. In fact, I don't think I need any of this stuff. Because all I want to do with this one is compare the external temperature to a value, and if it is below that value, turn the Stirlings on. That's it. Simple. That's probably enough of those for now. I'm sure I'll need more at some stage, but that's plenty for the moment. So, we load the external temperature. We then set less than Rx temp compared to in Kelvin 126, so we go below 405. And then set batch name. I have to... This should work, right? Do you want to control the combustor with this script as well? I think eventually, yes. But I just want something that's just going to turn the Stirling engines on, which I probably shouldn't actually run with yet anyway. Because the combustion system I'm manually turning on, so I probably should just leave all this for a bit and just see how this works, because it's nighttime, so I need to go outside and check. So let's go do that. Get rid of the beep 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 beep. Alright, I'll do. Let's go see how hot the gases come out with 5 Stirlings, because I need to see if 5 is going to be enough or if I need to chain even more. Boing. Boing. Right. Turn you on, turn you on, turn you on, turn you on, turn you on. Let's have a look. What temperature are we coming out at? Oh! Oh! Well, isn't that delightful? It's not processing the gases very quickly, though. Which is a problem. I'm definitely going to need to have a few of these in parallel. Yeah. I no, the pressures inside these tanks are so low that I don't think there's going to be condensation in them. Andy, that wasn't odd at all. So, don't stress. Okay. So let's just confirm for my sanity check. Oh man, that cockatoo is loud. If I turn this on, is the pressure going up? Very much so. Okay. So we definitely cannot handle a single a single one. What are the power outputs? 4.7 kilowatts, 1.3, 340, 56, and 5. So it does seem like the 5 in a row is going to be enough, because this is almost low enough temperature in this one, but not quite. And this is pretty good, 155. It's almost ideally sitting just above the temperature where pollutant condenses. If it's sitting around 150 degrees Celsius after going through the Stirlings, that's kind of helpful for ensuring that my liquid water that comes out of this is just liquid water. But that's easy enough to control with other means. Okay, cool, cool, cool. That's good. No, there's no condensation in any of these. I don't know where you're seeing condensation. There is none. The pressures are easily low enough. What else I needed to check was this one. How do we check whether this canister is safe? Is it the internal pressure of the Stirling engine? How does this work? How do I determine what is safe? So it is the internal temperature. So I've got heaps of headroom. So I can definitely put more gas in. Alright. Well, it's getting hotter out here, so let's turn these off. Also, I'm presuming that you guys can hear the cockatoos coming through the microphone, and I apologize. There's a cockatoo around here that's been real loud. $27. Yeah, let's go to 27. That seems like it's still safe. Ah! I fell in a hole. Alright. And then this one can go similarly up. Yes, the gentle sounds of nature. The bird that is the most fun bird for a toddler to imitate. Because it's just going, "Rah!" So Toby imitates them all the time. No, kookaburras are lovely. I like kookaburras. I like cockatoos too, but they are noisy animals. Very noisy. But I grew up waking up to kookaburras, so... 24... 28. Cool. 29. 30. Cool. Oh, if I actually take it out. Yeah, I do feel like I can probably go safely to 40, but I'll do it gradually and err on the side of caution. I feel like I can probably go even higher than that. I have slightly increased the mole amounts as I've gone down the line. So this one's the least. Oh, it doesn't tell you the thing unless it's loaded. So this one's... No, I won't do that. But yeah, this one's got the least in the tank. 3.7. Actually, maybe it doesn't because I just turned it on. And it just equalized that pressure. The last three I did that way. I tried to. Yeah, cool. Where am I up to then with this? So, if I want to ensure that I can get water filtered off using this, what I probably want to do is really, I should be doing it up in this temperature range where only where I can have quite high pressures but pollutant would never come off. But since I'm working down here, I just need to keep the pressure below... What is that? How am I going to read this? Non-log scale? We'll make this easier. So I keep the pressure below, what? Well, 6 megapascals? If I keep it below 5, it should be fine. So I should be good on that front. Alright, so what I want to set up then is some... Let's just pop these down over here. So I'm not carrying them. Alright, think. Come on, brain. I need the pressure regulators. So I need a pressure regulator and a back pressure regulator to flow down the line? Or do I just use a pressure regulator? No, because this needs to be sequential. This needs to be sequential. Nope, nothing's gone boom. I did good. I didn't do bad. I got one up here. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, yet. It's always yet. There's always a possibility, especially when we're handling pressures and temperatures as high as I am. Pressure regulator. So what I'm thinking is, I put a pressure regulator set to, say... I don't know. Set it to, say, 5 megapascals. And then a back pressure regulator further after that that's set to... just lower than that. And the water should all come out. And it should keep that segment a high pressure. Does that work? Or do I just use a pump? And then a back pressure regulator? Maybe I just use a pump. But I don't want to exceed a pressure, so I want a safe pump. And the safe pump is the pressure regulator. Yeah. Then I just hope that the water condenses in that time? Oh, I know what they do, Cosmic Bird. I'm trying to think of how problematic this will be and how much leak I'll end up with. Because I don't want to lose the water that I'm making. And so I'm trying to think of how to do this in such a way that the water will definitely condense in the time it's sitting in this chamber. Yeah, Shadow Drake, I'm trying to avoid that. I'm trying to avoid having to turn a pump on and off and do the batch-like processing that I was doing on Venus. I want to see if I can come up with a system that is continuous, that just runs. And that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around, see if it's even possible. Because it should be possible with some of the ways that we mess with flow rates and kind of controlling stuff that way. The day-night cycle gives natural batch timing. With the Stirlings turning on and off. Yeah, I suppose it sort of does. Yeah. That's fair. So I might end up doing day-long batches instead of otherwise, perhaps. This is difficult to puzzle through. Challenging. Yeah, continuous flow might not. Continuous flow is just so much trickier to set up, which is why obviously I didn't do it before. But I'm so curious if it's possible. One idea I have is how does a pressurant valve work? Actually, how does a pressurant valve work? Pumps gas into a liquid pipe in order to raise the pressure. That just pumps everything into the liquid pipe. Okay, that's not what I want. I'm thinking, if I do pressure regulator and pressure regulator, and then have these coming off from this step and from this step, and then we have a further one, the amount of water, if the pressure here is higher than this next one, the water should mostly come off here, then the rest should come off here, and the amount that's going to go through should be negligible. Yeah, I'm going to give this a go. I'm not convinced this is going to work, but I'm going to give it a go. I mean, I will probably have an active filter just to make sure that my water is not contaminated with pollutant, but beyond that, I'm going to avoid using active filters. Just because, you know, do things different. Alright, so another pressure regulator. Just do 2 for now and see if that's enough. I probably can go lower pressure to higher pressure is actually probably the better way to do things. And then have a back pressure regulator after that. Yeah, something like this. Might work. I need... Do I want insulated pipe utilities on this? I think I do. I think I want the extra volume, otherwise it's not going to compress enough. No drinking polluted water? Nah, he's not a fan of coffee. Correct on both counts. I do not drink the bitter dirt water. Because it tastes like bitter dirt water. We'll just get 4 of these for now. A simpler solution would be a condensation chamber with its gas input and heat pipes looped. Liquid pipe to your water tanks and then set to pressure off the temperature you want. Very good point, Danny. Very good point. That might be a perfectly valid consumes even less power solution. Dang it! I need some copper. You're absolutely right. This is how that's how I should do it. The power consumption of this, no, doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm generating so much power on my base now, it probably doesn't matter anyway. But it's always something I keep in mind just in case I'm contemplating using a similar setup in another base at some point. Just one of those things just I keep in the back of my mind, not that I really care about, but more that I just try to remain conscious of. And yeah, it does achieve continuous flow. I'll be interested to see how this works. Oh yeah, that is a point, Shadow Drake. Will the condensation chamber just fill up with gases that don't condense at that temperature and pressure? And therefore stop working after, like, as the water amount gets to tiny levels? Or does it automatically... Yeah, because it will just fill up, won't it? Maybe this doesn't work. We'll give it a try. See what happens. Because again, if I'm having to periodically empty the chamber, then we're not getting flow. But if the evaporation chamber exchanges properly with the gases behind it, then it should work. But I don't think it does. I don't think it back exchanges, does it? Let us find out. Yes. Welcome back, Charlie. I mean, Grumblender, yeah, isn't that the whole point of this game? To do all this to avoid doing things a different way just because you want to do things differently? Also, I did an evaporation chamber, so I did the wrong thing. Like, saying all this to do that, that's kind of the point. That's how you play Stationeers. To do unnecessary things because it's fun. All right. So we're going to go from here up to gas exchange. And from here back to there. Which feels weird. It is. And then chuck a couple of these down. Try and give a bit of volume. And then power this up. I'm going to fix this to make the cabling easier. Like so. Yeah, Grumbler, I figured it was you were just being sarcastic rather than serious about your comment, but couldn't help myself. Yes, I do want this. Indeed, Mike. Indeed. Spoke a little too soon there. I knew what I was doing. Probably. Okay, so target pressure is... Let's go 2 megapascals, because that's definitely below pollutant condensation. And let's have a look at what goes on inside the machine. It is slow to get to pressure. It's at 270 kPa. We're getting some condensing water now. Yeah, the battery's got a little bit of charge. So I should have set this to a lower level, and I will now. I'm going to drop this down to 1 megapascal, because this will make this test a bit quicker to run. So what I want to see is when this reaches 1 megapascal, does the water percentage just continuously drop? to a level where it becomes completely ineffective using this condensation chamber. Ooh, I've got a couple of mils of water. I successfully made water this stream somehow. The percentage is dropping, and oh wow, there's not much there. I should have had the Sterlings on last night. Whoops. I might not even have enough gas to reach this. How much have we got left? We're running out. Nuts. Hope. It's too hot for me to turn these on. Dang it! So the percentage there is 30%, and the percentage here is dropping, which it should do because it's condensing. But the pressure is remaining up, which means, yeah, this system isn't going to work. It was worth a try. But yeah, there's no back exchange of gases. So there's no way to get the gas out of the condensation chamber. Which is, I guess, intentional because it means you can have a pressurant gas in your system that's not going to pass through the condensation chamber, but allow the condensation chamber to work with lower volumes of the working gas. Alright. So that don't work. Now, let's go replace my battery. Opening it to atmosphere wouldn't help. Because the bit that opens to having the heat exchange line connected to atmosphere wouldn't fix the problem. Nuclear can go in. Why not? Yeah, so, okay, cool. We know that doesn't work, so I do have to continue on my previous plan and see how well it works. Drill. That was a worthwhile test, but not successful. So let's go back to the original plan. So we're gonna go pressure regulator. Oh, I need to get more valves. There's probably not enough valves here to get the liquid off quickly. So need to go get some more of those. That's fine. So I was thinking I have a couple of condensation valves coming off. And then this would go through another. I feel like I want this to be a back pressure regulator, but I'm not sure if that actually makes sense. My idea was that these are fairly slow at keeping things going through. This could probably just be a one-way valve, to be honest. But I think there might be some tweaks I can do here with, like, actually, no, that probably does just want to be a one-way valve. Never mind. If I do these pressures wrong, that'll all not work. So then I put a back pressure regulator here. We got a one-way valve in the middle. That means that this this gets up to pressure and will slowly fill this, but this will only empty once it reaches this pressure. This back pressure regulator will be slightly lower in pressure than this pressure regulator, so there should be gases flowing in here, leaking through, and then coming out.
Hydration critical.
All good, Danny. Don't have to apologize about wild goose chases. And if this doesn't get rid of all of the water, or if the flow rate's too low, then I could chain a couple of extra systems, but I'm just curious about how much this might do. Let's just put down some... Great storm. Put that down, and we'll go get valves. I'll put some water pipes off the other side. And we'll have to see how that works. The temperature during the storm, at least this early phase of the storm, doesn't drop low enough for the Sterlings to get switched on, no. And I haven't started that script anyway. Maybe if the big tank gets a high enough pressure that all the water condenses, then it can flow through that setup to get all your water. Yeah. So as long as I'm operating at the right high enough pressures, hopefully there's enough time for all the things to happen. And that's kind of the system I'm going for. Just to give this time, just... If any gets through, maybe it's just a fraction of a mole and doesn't matter, for the fact that this is a continuous cycle. Man, those frame drops as I go over the roof in the middle of a storm. They're a thing. How's my water looking? Got 49 litres left. Still good. External temp still up. I was coming for more valves. Need lots of valves. At least 3. Trying to think if I need any more than that. Probably doesn't hurt. Also, shove you on the shelf because I'm not going to be using you. Seven's start. Sure. Let's go back out because I think I should be... Yeah, now we're getting down. I'll turn the Sterlings on and get some more gas so that I can do more testing. If I can get over there in a decent time frame. As I push against the wind and move really slowly. Oh, the temperature's already going up again. How rude. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well, whatever. It'll be night again soon. Hopefully the storm will stop. We go one-way valve gas. There. Condensation valve. There and there. And we hope I have enough volume of pipes over here that this doesn't explode. After a brief test. Oh, actually, what I can do, rather than all this nonsense, is just put a one-way valve back into the start of the system. If we just go, I can just go straight across. No, I don't want to go straight across. I want to go back this way. $276. It's still hotter than I would like to turn the Sterlings on, but I might do it anyway. Because I'm worried that I'll just miss out on all the cooler gas, the cooler night anyway. How this storm's going. $260 should still be workable. So we should still be able to get liquid water up there. Yeah, we can. Does need a bit more pressure though. The temperature in that line is high because the outside temperature is high, so it's not able to cool it down more than what the outside temperature is, which is 277. So it's going to be higher in the line running it at this outside temperature. Unfortunately. Oh yeah, the one-way valve. Forgot to put that on. Oops. Turn all those on. Then pressure regulator goes to... What did I say we need? We're at like... Oh, now it's cooling down. Good. We're going to be up around here, so I probably want to go up to 3 or something. Let's see. 220? Oh, maybe no, don't need to go that high. It's coming down quickly. So I can just go to 1. Go to 1500. And then this one. Set it to like, I don't know, 1450 or something like that, I guess, could work. The higher the pressure, the faster it condenses? Okay. Yeah, yep. I was in the middle of sorting out the power and then I got distracted. Okay, let's see what's going on here. We've got 40 kPa, 46, 50 versus... So these are pretty equal right now. Pressure in that's pretty low. Pressure in that's pretty low. It's nighttime, we're getting some gas through at least though. This might fail because I put these inline tanks on. I might need to get rid of them for this test. They might be a bit too much. Get rid of 2 of them. Build that pressure up higher. Start getting that water out. Now I probably should pump this out. Because of it having that water in there and I can't actually do my test properly with it in there. I don't have my pump on me, so if I go... let's... back pressure regulator. Then this... Oops. And hopefully empty this out and then see how much water is actually getting through. And it's empty. So nothing's going to get through for a while, but it's empty now, so it's ready to be tested. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the rate of condensation was affected by all these things, but it's nice to know that it might be affected by both temperature and pressure. So if I can keep the temperatures lower, then and the pressure's higher, then I should be able to hopefully condense off more water to the point that it's not going to end up with me being with extra being drained out. But I reckon we're about to start losing some water into here, so we might need to go to higher pressures. Let's see. This is definitely... Oh, the percentage is dropping. That's good. I want the percentage to drop. So if we're at 253 degrees Celsius, we need at least 1.2 to actually liquefy. And if we compare that to pollutant, turn off the log scale. We can't get liquid pollutant at this temperature anyway, so we can go much higher. It looks like it's not condensing quickly enough.
Hunger caution.
The amount of liquid in mils is low. And he's going down. So I really want to operate this up at near the safety margin. So probably up around like... if I push this up higher first. We go up to maybe 4.5. That should end up pushing this to the point where... And you can see the amount of mils of liquid water is going down. So the drains are working quicker than it's being produced. But they're not working quickly enough that this side has nothing in it. Which means this chain system is likely to need a lot more in it. Pressure regulators are slow to pressurize if the input pressure is lower than the output. Yes, that only helps till this reaches steady state. Once this reaches steady state, we have a problem. This is why I was thinking whether I needed to have a pressure regulator in here. So I don't think this slows it down enough. Oh, yeah, that's a fair point. It is actually working pretty well. That is a good point. It starts with 30% water and it's down to 0.07-ish %. Combining the steam and the liquid percentages together. Oh, geez, these need to turn off. It's getting super hot out here. Oh, good. Yeah, I might need to change more of these together, I think. It does seem like it's a fairly compact chain. So I should be able to do that. And if the chains are all just one-way valves, then a thing that comes off, one-way valves, thing that comes off, one-way valve, thing that comes off. Particularly if I turned this off until this pressurized, I think we'd lose even less. Now that's too hot. Alright. Well, nuts. Got a kind of system going, but it's not very efficient. I feel like there's something here that is doable, and there's something here that I can make work, but that if I keep beating my head against this wall, I will probably get to the point where I'm like, I should just make a rocket. I should really just make a rocket. Would some sort of pump work? Pumps, these are effectively pumps. These are pumping. They're just a bit, they're slower pumps, which is kind of what I'm after. This is pumping up to a set pressure. This is pumping once this reaches a set pressure. This should pump when this one reaches its maximum, this one should then tip over. So it's kind of like a, if you imagine a, you've got a pool, this one fills up to here, and then we have a little spillover into the next bit, and the spillover into the next bit. My original plan was to put a pressure regulator here, and have a slight pressure differential between this and that one, and then have a further slight pressure differential between this one and this one. And I think that might be the way to go. Because that way it forces everything to go into this chamber first and doesn't get to equalize with this one until this one is full. But then at steady state, it's all about how quickly it goes through each step, because the pools will already be full. So I don't know how much that slows things down and how many steps I would need to slow it down enough that by the end the water loss is basically zero. It does feel like, because I'm using this for filtration, I probably could batch do this much more quickly than I can do it as a consistent flow, where because I can use volume pumps for the batching on this, and I'm not running into all the same batch problems that I did on Venus, where each batch took so long to process that I don't get much continuous flow. But regardless, the Stirlings are a very slow way of getting the gas through, so I need a lot more of them. In fact, I probably could just use pressure regulators rather than a big pump. But I can use a big pump to empty it out, but I can use pressure regulators to fill it so that I always get it to the set pressure. But then at that point, may as well just use a pump and have the script turning it on and off.
Hydration critical.
Well, you mean, stepping pressure up each level wouldn't work at all. It'd just stop flow entirely. Because if this one is set, well, as in if the back pressure regulator is higher, then it'd stop flow entirely. Because this would never fill this up enough that this would drain some of it out. But if I'm just using pressure regulators, then yes, I could just step up each time. Meaning they're always pushing against a higher pressure, making them slower pumps. might work. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know how all this stuff works. I just straight up don't know. That is something I'm going to have to puzzle about between now and next week, as I'm going to wrap things up here. I will be back... What day is it? It's Friday. I will be back on Sunday with Shaq and actually starting the stream, going up and punching some Reavers in the face and probably getting our butts kicked as a result. Because we haven't really fought any decent enemies yet, so it could go, and probably will go, terribly hilariously. And I might even spend some time between now and then messing with my blueprint to see if I can rebuild a better looking ship, because my ship is so ugly, it deserves to get destroyed. And then on Monday, we'll be back with more Out of Ore with Capac. Mucking around in the sandpit, digging big holes. And I am still working on gradually getting through the AA recordings we've done and recording the extra stuff I need to get the first episode of AA back. And I'm also trying to figure out how I can do another Space Engineers thing that I want to do at the moment because of all the new NPC content that's been added in vanilla and kind of wanting to mess around with that. But I have an idea. I just need to figure out when I could do that. So there's all that, and plenty more to come. And I will see you then.